lobbied in our state capitol. We are lobbying against the most powerful companies in the world. But today, it's different. The trials are different. Our children deserve this. Our country deserves this. And there is no way that we are going to back down after we leave these trials, the determination, and not head back to Washington, D.C., because we need legislation and laws in this country to stop harms to our children. There should be no reason last night, were adding 39 more children's names to this banner that are gone. Since March. Since we were in L.A.
And that just shows you, because after the last trial, where did we go? We went directly to D.C. There's bill on the table in the Senate right now that could be going to Trump for a vote by the end of the year. But let's see what they're choosing. Are they going to choose to protect children, or are they going to continue to protect and provide liability shields for the tech companies? They need to decide, because they can't do both. You don't get to do one without the other, and we're tired of sitting here waiting. And as we said, 39 more kids have died, and that's one we know about, since we last had the trial in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank
you very much for covering this.
I encourage you to take a look at the names that are on the farther end that didn't get to come forward. And then we can begin rolling. Let's go that way, actually, so that those can stay open and folks can take a look down there to that addition. So you can roll slow. Each initiative. Thank you. I would say that more broadly, this is the outcome.
Here's Anna, Lori's daughter, Anna Lee right there.
Okay, great. Great. No worries. Okay, so inside the trial has started. We have Sandra Tatiana. She's inside covering what's happening in there. But outside here, they just had a press conference with parents. They had almost 400 names of children who have died from social media related harm. That's what they had. This could be that they committed suicide. This could be that they met with someone on social media that was then a predator. They could have had depression, anxiety, all of these things that they are blaming Instagram, Facebook, and Meta for. So there were many parents out here that spoke about their stories, that spoke about what they want to see change, the accountability that they want to see Meta take, and the justice today. They were very confident that they think there is going to be justice served in this case. So what this case is about, it is really about the harm that they say that Instagram and Facebook causes. Other people on Instagram and then feeling that way about themselves. And these parents and advocates say that Meta purposefully created an algorithm to get these teens, children off of this is really doing to kids.
going out live. I think I just get to show up at the next location. Rob Boncho's office. I don't know. I'm looking for the set. It sounds like it's inside, right? Cars starting. Huh. I think I've been there. It's not in City Hall. It's big in it. Are you back tomorrow? Yeah. Just hope they can tell us like when something. I'm waiting around, thinking it might be. Let's see. This is super close to you. Yeah, it's nice if they can early. You guys have a lot of
We work for like the website, so like they're on the publisher side. And then we recently hired, I think we have a couple video producers from Sports Desk that are based there. So yeah, we haven't, we're not doing our producers up there. Yeah, not yet at
Did you
least.
hear about that AP? Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, they've been posting the job. Hello.
Good, how are you?
checked in. If you're getting my audio, guys, everything is kind of. Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. I'll call you back inside. Figure it out. This is back in 17. I just restarted the. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Alright, thank you. Okay. Go back down.
State agency. We passed it yesterday. So, 2029, certain definitely certain requirements.
Sounds good on you? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Well, no, they don't need DOT. They can sell it. They can sell it. Every tire they use requirements, you know? Yeah, all the tires that you see at the tire shops, they need to do it. Alice Road. Good. Yeah, sure. But you know the best license,
Oh, okay, yeah.
the best time you have, the better you are. So usually like what the
Let me see if I can figure out how to ask for it. Okay. Well, because this one I have like on a long clip. It's about like 43 minutes long. Yeah, it's the same clip. Let me try to. Okay, gotcha. Let me go to picture glasses. Okay. Yeah, let me get to 13 minutes and then just play it from there.
that one is brand new. I never been to that one. I haven't tried that one. And there's one. Across the street. You got more options. Gotcha.
start from the beginning of this guy? Okay. Should I start from the beginning of this section? Okay, gotcha. Starting here now. Alright, thank you. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Alright, bye-bye. Oh. Cool. Thank you.
course. Of course. No, you're fine. Thank you.
so much. I wish you the best.
Thank you. We came up with that last night in our brilliant thing. I think that like average people are really realizing it. I was doing a presentation for clinicians and I just heard Riley's murderers now have gone to jail in the Ivory Coast and I just can't. I haven't changed my slideshow and I'm looking up at my picture and I'm like, I wonder if I now that the case is closed, they put in the real pictures that were from Riley's phone have been like, you know, inside the case file. And then I say just like out of my own, it's not in my, oh, I guess I can't put those up there because I still got to take down Mark Zuckerberg off the pot and they all out the state locations. So I hope
And this was just like her bed. She was like, you know, it's very traumatic. She's like, I don't know. She was just like, no, I'm not going to say much. And she was eventually like, I told her, she's like, and no, she's like, that's about to say. She's like, there's no.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. It's so scary. I work with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children too, and they just had to tell a 27-year-old big friend his 11-year-old, which is as an 11-year-old.
after they're done, so the kept saying like going after Toronto. And then the big goal is the big seven. So that was
So yours isn't down
Is it going to give you feedback? No? Okay. All right, then if you, yeah. Then what? Yeah.
All right, mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Do you need me to keep talking? Are we all good? Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Fabulous. A little bit more. Okay, are we good? Do you want me to start singing? Do a tap dance? I had a protein bar for lunch, I know. Not very good. Okay, we're good? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rob Bonta, California Attorney General. Thank you for being here in Oakland. And I want to, in particular, thank my incredible colleagues, Attorney General from Colorado, Phil Weiser, and the Attorney General from New Jersey, Jennifer Davenport, for being here, for making the trip to be part of this first day of trial. I am grateful that we have an incredible collaborative team. We have another member of the team who wasn't able to make it today, but I want to thank him for his participation and his support. That's Kentucky Attorney General Coleman. But his team is here, and I was recently in our war room with our team members, and we had team members from each of our states here, from Colorado, New Jersey, California, Kentucky, as well as some other states. And I want to just lift up the collaborative effort which this case is. We are the 4 states that are part of this, what we call a bellwether case. But there are 29 states, bipartisan, across the country, who are standing up for families, for parents, of course, for children, for consumers. And I'm proud to be part of that collaboration. So we are teaming up here in our efforts to hold Meta accountable. Today, of course, was the first day of trial. It'll be a 5 to 7 week trial. But today, both the attorneys general and Meta laid out our cases. And I'm probably biased, but I found our case to be incredibly compelling, devastating in the presentation. The jury seemed very focused on hanging on every word that was being said. And we, of course, heard from the first witness, a whistleblower engineer from Meta who was in charge of child safety while there, who talked about the fact that Meta knew the harms that it was visiting upon children, but failed to act. He also talked about their motto, their culture, if you will, which was to move fast and break things. Unfortunately, the thing that was broken here was the mental health of our children. And so I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be here. We laid out our case today, which is essentially this, that Meta has designed and deployed dangerous product, a dangerous product with dangerous features that they knew would create excessive use and compulsive use by children, and it would create mental health harms, including things like anxiety and depression, like body image issues, like addictive tendencies, like learning loss. They knew all that. They knew their product was dangerous, and they lied to the public. They lied to Congress. They told the public, they told the world that their product was safe, that it wasn't dangerous. And so their deception, their lies are at the core of our case. And we are excited about how our first day at trial went. We're excited about the opportunity to hold Meta accountable for its conduct. And we look forward to taking this case all the way to the end here and getting the appropriate remedies, both injunctive relief, changes in behavior, changes in business practices going forward, as well as the appropriate financial penalties. A couple things I want to highlight. Between our investigation and our and disclosures from former insiders, whistleblowers, folks who used to work at Meta, we have proof that Meta knows that Instagram is harmful to a significant percentage of teenagers, especially teen girls. Meta knows that. Meta knows that more than 13% of teen girls on Instagram say the platform makes thoughts of suicide and self-injury worse. Meta knows that. They know that 17% say it makes eating issues worse. And 32% say it makes body images worse. Meta knows that. Meta knows that certain key features can push users into harmful content. Meta knows that the like button leads teens to compulsively engage with the platform. Meta knew all of that and more and decided to do more of it, to dig in deeper, to double down on that conduct, on those practices. Mark Zuckerberg, founder, chairman, CEO of Meta, personally axed Meta's proposed policy to ban image filters that simulated the effects of plastic surgery, despite internal pushback, from his own team. His own employees were telling him he shouldn't do this. And an expert consensus that such filters harm users' mental health, especially women and girls. Mr. Zuckerberg himself chose profits over the safety of children. He was presented with a choice where his own staff was telling him, this will hurt kids if you do it. We think you shouldn't do it. And he overruled them and said, do it, knowingly harming kids, and then later telling the world that their product was safe. The company had internal discussions about the negative impacts of the like button, but they decided to keep it anyway. Again, they chose profits over the safety of children. At the same time, the company affirmatively misled teens, it misled their parents and the public about the safety of its platforms for young users, and concealed the ways in which Instagram and Facebook exploit and manipulate its most vulnerable consumers, teenagers, and children. Zuckerberg testified to Congress that Meta doesn't design its products to be addictive, that Instagram does not harm children. Instagram president Adam Mosseri testified to Congress that Instagram is not addictive. These and other statements by the companies were picked up in the media. They were relied on by teens, but relied on by their parents, and relied on by the community at large. Our investigation even found instances where the company acknowledged internally that it had misled the public. I'm glad that they acknowledged that fact, that they misled the public. Meta's conduct is deceptive, it is dangerous, and as we make clear in our lawsuit, and as is most important in a court of law, it is illegal. The company had a legal, not to mention a moral, obligation to consider the safety of young users when designing their products. The data is clear. More time on social media tends to be correlated with depression and anxiety, body image issues, susceptibility to addiction, and interference with daily life, including learning. If you're a parent, like I am, or a guardian, a teacher, a healthcare provider, sadly, you have likely seen some of this play out in your own life, in real life. Parents and caregivers protect children from so many daily dangers, as we should, making sure our children wear a seatbelt, keeping a close eye on kids around water. If you have a baby, cutting food like a blueberry down into a small enough piece so it doesn't choke the baby. But we cannot adequately protect our children from the harms of Instagram and Facebook when the company, one of the largest, richest, most powerful companies on the face of the earth, lies to us and hides the truth and designs these platforms to drive compulsive use while lying to your face and telling you it's safe. Parents cannot do their job if they're being lied to. Teens, parents, the community, the public deserve the truth. You should not be lied to. You deserve better than that. As Attorney General of the greatest state in the nation, sorry to my colleagues, they can and they should say the same thing about their states. But the state where Meta has made its home and has done very, very well for itself. I'm proud to co-lead this national fight to demand accountability and to demand justice. This is about our children, the next generation, our kids. They deserve to be safe. And Meta has acted unlawfully here. We are here to hold them accountable. We look forward to continuing our trial and bringing our case forward. Before I turn it over to my colleagues to make a few remarks, I want to thank the individuals on my team who have given so much of their time, their energy, their passion, their talent, their skills to bring this case to court today. Watching our team present the case, talking to them in the war room, I couldn't be more proud to be their colleague, to be on their team, to be part of their team fighting for the safety of our kids and our children. They don't do it for the limelight, so I'm about to embarrass them, but I want to thank them, and they deserve this recognition, so I want to say some of their names. Megan O'Neill, who delivered an incredible opening statement. Joshua Leshevsky, Jubileer, Neha Arora, Casey Reed, Sam Beckett, Pauline Ryan, Jordy Hefcart, David Beglin, Jake Fernandez, Robbie Matson, Michelle Koseng, Emily Kalanithi, Barney Eskandari, Tina Charanpong, and Nick Akers. An incredible team doing incredible work, each and every one of them, to the person, true and great public servants. With that, I am happy to turn it over to my incredible colleague from Colorado, Attorney General Phil Weiser.
Thank you, AG Bonta. Thank all of you for being here. In the courtroom today, I saw a friend of mine, Lori Schott. Lori Schott is in a club that none of us would want to belong, and she was there with some others in that same club. Parents who've lost kids who've died by suicide after sustained exposure and engagement on social media platforms. Anna Schott was a beautiful little girl who loved her life on the eastern plains of Colorado, who spent hours and hours and hours on Instagram and had a social media addiction, watching videos that harmed her. The information that she received included guidance not to talk to her parents about her mental health because her parents would institutionalize her. Anna's no longer with us. She died by suicide. And Lori, through that pain, has found purpose. Purpose to stand for other kids and families by calling for accountability of social media platforms that are harming our kids and fueling a youth mental health crisis. There are now a generation of kids who have lost sleep because of notifications and alerts all hours of the night, who performed less well in school because they were distracted and tired, and even kids like Anna, who died by suicide. This social media-fueled youth mental health crisis demands action, and I am proud to be with a coalition of state AGs coast to coast from both political parties in court in the case that will provide meaningful relief and address these harms. The way that Meta has managed Instagram and Facebook has been, as AG Bonta described, deceptive. It's been wrongful and it's been illegal. It has ended lives like Anna's. It has harmed families like Lori's. It has hurt communities. It's prevented kids from thriving and damaged a generation of young people. In the midst of this crisis, the AG community is stepping up. All of us united on a bipartisan basis to take on the goal based on the following observation, that our kids deserve better, that we can do better. We can address this mental health crisis, including by making sure families know the truth about social media, by making sure the types of actions and features that were talked about today are addressed, because our young people's both mental health and physical health has been compromised. We filed this case nearly 3 years ago because we believed Meta was putting profits ahead of our kids' health. We're now presenting the evidence to make this case in a court of law. This is an historic trial that will provide the public an opportunity to learn just how Meta's actions broke state consumer protection law and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, known as COPA. The public is going to hear about how Meta profited from our kids' information and engagement on the platform. Meta knew that its business strategy was harming kids and that sustained engagement on this platform correlated and caused worse mental health. They told the public the opposite. When you compare what they knew privately with what they said publicly, It's a stark contrast. The reason that they deceive the public is because to come clean and to take steps to limit kids' access to social media would hurt their bottom line. The company worked to build a customer base recognizing the value of young kids, even those under 13, who they signed up and kept on the platform without the legally required consent of their parents. And those kids were harmed because of that sustained involvement. Meta's approach was to view these young kids as, and I quote here, a valuable and untapped market. And the addictive features they had, like notifications and alerts, were designed and maintained to keep those kids hooked on this platform. Other features, like the infinite scroll, they were designed for a very clear purpose, keeping kids engaged. And the efforts that Meta made to give kids an off-ramp, as was said in court today, were too little and too late. And the harm, less sleep, distracted kids, kids with worse mental health, remains alarming and a call to action. The fact that Meta downplayed these risks and deceived the public violates consumer protection law. The fact that they marketed to young people under 13 kept them on the platform even knowing their actual ages violates COPPA. The extensive harms, as A.G. Bonta noted, are not only lives that were lost like Anna, but a range of mental health harms ranging from anxiety and depression, loneliness, lack of sleep, body image problems, eating disorders, and physical harm. Meta knew this was all happening, and yet they kept young people hooked because for them, less time online was less money in the pockets. The policies that Meta is now starting to talk about are basically relying on young people accurately reporting their ages, and as said in court today, when young people put in their actual birth date under 13 years of old, Meta doesn't remove them from the platform. Meta prompts them to put in a different date. These efforts are so easily overcome that they're not meaningful steps. And to say that parents should have been doing more, frankly, offends me as a parent, because parents have been told now for some time there's nothing to worry about. Meta hasn't shared the truth that remained kept from the public. There were several efforts to keep this case from a courtroom, starting in 2025 when Meta sought to dismiss this case, and the court has allowed these claims to proceed. There was then an effort to go to the Court of Appeals, and the Ninth Circuit refused to stay the trial, and that brings us here today. Today, we are asking the court to hold Meta accountable, to stop its unlawful practices, and to require the company to follow laws that protect kids and consumers and the public health. Just like a generation ago with Big Tobacco, Meta, like other social media platforms, has engaged in behavior to maximize its profits while harming the public health. With this trial, we're sending an important message. Powerful technology companies must follow the law, and if they don't, we will hold them to account. I join the thanks and appreciation of A.G. Bonta of the incredible team that's worked on this case, including a number of lawyers from Colorado who are out here and will be here for the weeks ahead to put on a very complicated case. It's worth noting that the states are not hiring an outside law firm, but it's our lawyers up against some of the highest price legal talent that money can buy, because we believe in our team, because we believe in our case, and we know that we're better together. I now introduce another fabulous part of this team, my colleague and friend, New Jersey Attorney General Jen Davenport.
Thank you, General Weiser. As is said, today a landmark trial began, and we're one step closer towards shutting the door on an era in which big tech's engineering schemes harm our kids without consequences. Today, as you've heard, my colleagues and I stood in court representing a bipartisan group of state attorneys general, describing to a judge and a jury the tragic effects of how these online platforms work and how they're designed. And as the mother of two daughters, 12 and 14, I felt sick. I felt sick when I read the effects of Meta's Instagram features on still developing children, including pro-anorexia content and algorithms that, if you view content about self-harm, lead the platform to deliver even more content about self-harm. And beyond that, discussions among executives about how to make all of this even more readily available to children under 13. I'm disgusted, I'm angry, we all should be angry. As parents and as trusted adults, we decide whether a social media platform is appropriate for our kids. But we can only do that well and appropriately when we have truth and facts, not deceptive advertising or lies about safety. A trillion-dollar tech company like Meta is risking our kids' mental health and physical safety. Our data and our children's data are being fed into their addictive algorithms to help further increase their profits. And they've lied to us about the safety of their platforms, including how they exploit the vulnerabilities of young children and teens. Nothing is more important than our kids' well-being. And there's no world in which our kids' well-being should be sacrificed or exploited to help reap ever greater profits for big tech. New Jersey has been so proud to co-lead this nearly nationwide effort for more than 5 years. So proud to work alongside our colleagues in California, Colorado, and Kentucky in litigating this case. Our coalition of states understands the need to address the harm companies like Meta are causing our children. And today builds on years of hard work on investigation by dedicated public servants, not only on our team, but across the country. From New Jersey, I want to recognize the entire team and specifically mention Kosh Chan, Tom Hawin, Brian McDonough, Verna Pratazé, Mandy Wong, Patrick Masal, and Eva Zovko, along with many others. The opening of trial today sends a necessary message to companies that would treat our kids as nothing more than data to be monetized. We won't let this happen. Change your ways or face legal accountability for your actions. As public servants, we all stand up every single day to protect public safety. And in New Jersey, we will always protect the safety of our kids. I'll now turn it back to AG Bonta.
Well, thank you once again. Very proud and pleased to be part of this incredible team bringing this landmark case. We're happy to answer any questions. I do want to say there might be some questions about California news of the day or other things that are off topic. I will make myself available for Policize if there are any of those questions. Let's try to keep these questions you're about to ask on topic about this case and this trial. With that, we're happy to answer your questions. Yeah?
Nathan Prano with Reuters. What's your understanding of the practical and financial effects on Meta of potentially owing tens of billions of dollars in penalties for there are a number of services that aren't directly being challenged here, like WhatsApp, or that aren't directly related on Instagram and the Meta, Facebook Meta platform.
Well, if you're asking about the remedies that we're seeking and what kind of impact that might have, let me tell you about what those might be. We're definitely, as we talked about today in trial in our case, looking to for some what we call injunctive relief, business practices being changed in the future. One of which is stop lying, stop deceiving the public, but also we are looking for some changes in those underlying features, product features that lead to the obsessive, excessive, compulsive behaviors that Meta knew about and designed their products to create. Things like autoplay and infinite scroll and likes and beeps and alerts and algorithmic feed, and others. So we're looking for some changes in business practices. And of course, along with our case, should we be successful, and we believe we will, there is the possibility for financial payment by Meta for civil penalties, for disgorgement, for restitution. This is not a case about damages. And the judge will decide what that is. And we leave it to the judge in her best discretion to determine an appropriate financial penalty, disgorgement, and restitution. Anything to add?
I would just add that it's really important as part of accountability to have meaningful and effective remedies, and in this case, that includes serious civil penalties as well.
I think they're stuck in some improper legal regime that they're mapping onto this case when it doesn't fit. They seem to be tort attorneys trying to thinking this is a tort case. This is a case about deception at its core, lying. This is an unfair competition law case in California about having a practice that was knowingly dangerous and doubling down on it and lying to the public. So their point is literally irrelevant. I know they want to talk about that. They're just missing the mark. So we do not plan, it's true that we're not planning to bring parents or children to testify in this case to talk about the specific harm. We will see Meta's own internal studies that show that they knew the fact that their products created mental health harm on children. So it seems like a little bit of a lawyer's technicality trick to suggest that even though Meta admits that their product creates harm, visits harm on children, creates anxiety, creates depression, creates body image challenges, creates addictive tendencies, creates learning loss, that because a kid doesn't take the stand and say that, it's not true. They know it's true. It's not disputed. It's indisputable. So it's more of the deception that we've seen from Meta. Their attorneys seem to be adopting it as well, talking about things that aren't relevant to the case, distracting and talking about irrelevant issues. So we're confident in our case. We have set forth in our opening all of the elements of a very strong, compelling case that meets all the legal requirements. We look forward to continuing to have our witnesses testify. Unknown at this point. Of course, he's testified in other trials. I think he testified in Los Angeles in that trial that Meta lost. I think he testified in New Mexico in that trial that Meta lost. I'm not sure if he testified in Tennessee. Meta has not lost that trial yet, but I think they will. So unknown. We have all sorts of evidence, witnesses, including whistleblowers, former employees, studies from Meta, experts, and others that can make a very compelling case. Whether Mr. Zuckerberg is part of those who testify as a witness in this case is still TBD. Would you like to see him on the stand? I don't have a personal preference. I want us to bring the strongest case that we have, advance our evidence. We have an enormous amount of it that can be told in many different ways, on many different days, and I look forward to our team doing that. Mr. Behar, yes, I think he stood out in many ways. He'll be our first witness tomorrow as well. He's not done with his testimony, but I thought he covered a lot of bases in his testimony. One, he's a whistleblower. He worked for Meta at the highest levels. He met with Mr. Zuckerberg over 100 times in his own testimony. He has a very compelling story. Someone who grew up in Mexico, taught himself how to code, got this incredible scholarship and opportunity to go study and contribute to the innovative economy. And he, as a recipient witness, had a lot of experience as to the approaches that Meta had, this idea that they should move fast and break things, meaning they're not doing all they can to keep kids safe. They're moving fast. They're not taking those steps. They're breaking things like the mental health of kids. I thought that was particularly compelling, very insightful. He also talked about his own experience as a parent and his own daughter, who I think was on Instagram or another social media platform, who was getting sexual content sent to her, sexual images, sexual overtures, and he struggled as a parent to know how to deal with that. And he also knew that those in charge, if she was looking at Instagram, and if I'm recalling that correctly, were not doing enough to protect his own daughter. He was linking the dots as both a victim and someone who had percipient knowledge of the lack of action that was being taken by Meta to keep his own daughter safe. So, you know, as a non-retained expert, if you will, as a parent, as someone with inside knowledge about how Meta operated, or, you know, in terms of addressing the mental health harms to kids, not operating and not acting, I thought he was incredibly compelling, and it was a great way to start the case. He may testify. That is a completely available avenue. Whether he does in the end, unsure. I think the defense counsel, Meta's counsel, said he was going to testify in their opening statements. The judge may have as well. It's a 5 to 7 week trial. We're not sure but it is what's going to happen, but it's very possible that he will testify. It's also possible he won't. It's possible. Look, we got a great trial team. We discuss strategy, witness order, what we want to focus on, what we want to respond to, what motions we're going to bring, often in real time each day. Whether and when and if Mr. Zuckerberg testifies will be part of those discussions.
Do you have an opinion on how he would, as a person, sit with this jury? Do you think he helped your case?
That's the same question that I got asked before. Thank you for asking it again.
Okay, let me ask you this about damages. We've heard $1.4 trillion bandied about. We've also heard $200 billion. Why is there such a wide range? Do the states have a number in mind at this point?
You should ask Meta that question. They're the ones who put out the $1.4 trillion number. I think they want to suggest that they're the victims, that they are being financially imposed on. We submitted documentation to the court, both parties did, around the number of young users and what the civil penalties would be. Meta took it upon themselves to start talking to the press about the highest possible number that could ever be calculated based on that data. That's not something that we asked for. That's not something we're seeking. We leave it to the judge, who will decide, who has vast discretion to determine the final amount of financial payment by Meta. And I want to be clear, this is not a damages case. And you used the word, and I think you just meant financial payment. But I want to be clear, this is about civil penalties, restitution, and disgorgement. That's it, not damages. This is not a damages case. And to be clear, we are not asking for $1.4 trillion. I do want to be clear about who the victims are here. Meta is not the victim. Meta is the perpetrator. The kids, their families, the parents, those who no longer have the benefit of a loved one in their life because that kid killed themselves because of the mental health harms visited upon them by Instagram and Facebook. Those are the victims. Meta is not the victim. I also want to talk about the choices, the financial choices that have been made here. Meta made the choice to choose profit over children's safety and health time and time again. They're the ones raking in $200 billion of revenue per year. They're not the victim. They're not being financially imposed on. We will be asking for a significant financial payment in the form of disgorgement, restitution, and civil penalties. That is an important and appropriate part of this case. The judge will exercise the discretion as to what that will be. It will not be, and we are not asking for it to be $1.4 trillion.
Now, is this a figure that you estimated, and then you're saying that it took that figure and said, like, oh, see, you're asking for the most?
It's a figure Meta estimated, based on the number of young users and multiplied by the penalty the penalties available under the unfair competition laws at issue in this case.
In the opening statement from the Meta side, they didn't deny that any of these sort of internal communications that they had or internal studies that they did pointed out some of the various risks and harms. That seems that their case is they're trying to make a case. The fact that we were trying to remedy these and took steps to try to fix these shows that you don't have the case. As AAG, we weren't avoiding these issues, we were working on these issues. And it's a work in progress. How do you respond to that?
I think a work in progress is the best you can call these, what we've described, I think, accurately as tissue paper protocols or actions. This idea that, you know, you have some tool that they want to point to that they say is a work in progress that a kid with the swipe of a finger can bypass. I think that's all you really need to know about what they were saying. That's they are framing it in the light most favorable to them, and the best they can say is that it's a work in progress. And one of the first two things that they said was, they said that teens have a problem managing their time. They were trying to lay this on the teens, and don't mind the fact that they were literally studying young people's brains to see how they operate, knowing that they react to rewards and affirmation, designing their products to hook them because their brains work like that. And then they're saying, sometimes kids they can't manage their time. Maybe they're on social media. That's your best argument. They also said that, sometimes those younger than 13, they lie about their age. So Meta, one of the most sophisticated, most powerful, wealthiest businesses on the face of the earth, is getting outsmarted by 11 and 12-year-olds and can't figure out that they're on their platform and deplatform them. Why? They want them on their platform. They said that 10, 11, and 12-year-olds are special. They say the young ones are the best ones. They want to maximize teen time spent. That's what they want. So they turn a blind eye to all of the 11, 12-year-olds that are on their platform. They pretend they can't do anything about it, and then they blame them for not managing their time. I mean, the gall to come in and blame the kids, the victims, who they are harming, as the ones responsible. I think they got off on a pretty slow foot today, just my humble opinion. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I want to add 2 points. First, as was said, their responses were too little and too late. And second, look how little impact their measures had. Their measures have not decreased the engagement, the amount of time, the nature of the addiction. And the fact that these measures are tissue paper measures or half measures is all you need to know.
And the one thing I'll add to that, as you heard from the witness today, Mr. Behar, and you'll hear more, is what are they measuring? Pay attention to that. What are they measuring? How do they define it? And is it really a measure in order to hurt folks? Is it a measure to make sure that they're increasing their profits?
Can I just ask all three of you what you see as being the most important feature of Meta's business that needs to change? Is it getting kids under 13 off the platform? Is it infinite scroll? Beyond the money, what is the most important priority for each of you to see the company change its practices?
There are 3, and I'm not sure I can choose. First, stop the deception. They know the truth. Tell the truth. We have a youth mental health crisis that is fueled by extensive social media engagement that includes dangerous content. They've downplayed this harm. They need to come clean. Number 2, they're deliberately keeping people addicted. These notifications and alerts during the school day, all hours of the night, is wrong. It's harming our kids. We need to do better for our kids. And third, we need young kids, those special 10, 11, and 12-year-olds, not to be engaged on this platform without their parents' consent or knowledge. So I don't know I can choose between those 3 goals, but those are my top 3.
I echo that. And I think what's really, if you think about, allow people to make choices based on information that is true. And it goes to that first point, right? We just like we have with the jury, right? Juries are amazing because they think about the issues and they're able to take that information and make a decision. That's what we want to have here for parents and for trusted adults. Make decisions based on facts and not lies and deception.
It's a tough question because everything that we've advanced here is very important. But I would first say stop lying, stop misrepresenting, stop deceiving the public. That's top of mind. For goodness sake, please comply with the federal law that is clear around our youngest children. Stop collecting and using the data of 11 and 12-year-olds. Stop targeting them. Stop pretending that you're not targeting them. Stop pretending that they're not on your platform. Don't let them on your platform ever, and stop collecting their data. And then, you know, there's a whole constellation of features that they've designed to take advantage of the vulnerable young brain, to maximize frequency and duration abuse on the platform, to make kids continue to always want to come back. The ephemeral content, the disappearing content, like Instagram stories, the auto scroll, the autoplay and the infinite scroll, where you can, you know, start at one time and look up, and you know it's 3 hours later. It does that by design. That's not the individual that's responsible for that. It is being used exactly the way it's supposed to be. So you know, between all the features, it's hard to pick. But you know, the lying and the deceiving has to stop, and the taking advantage of kids' brains and then lying about it in a way that's so dangerous needs to stop as well.
Because Meta's rivals aren't involved in this case, like how are you planning on advocating for these design changes? I mean, the New Mexico judge was saying like, you know, they couldn't necessarily do that. It would be unfair for the rivals in that state, but not in that specific case.
Let me be clear that this is an industry-wide problem. This idea of designing and deploying dangerous features, some of these they're not unique. TikTok uses a lot of the same ones in different variations. We have a lawsuit now against TikTok. So just to be clear, I think over 40 states across the country already have pending lawsuits now against TikTok. Meta is in trial now. So they're first in time in terms of going to trial, but TikTok will have its day in court as well. I'll speak for myself. I'm also concerned about YouTube, as well as Snap. And so Meta has, you know, as part of their self-victimization, or their, you know, calling themselves the victim, has also said, you know, they're picking on us. You know, I guess we're the bullies now and they're the victim after harming all these kids for so long. But we are interested in an industry-wide solution. So many of the things that we're asking of Meta, we would likely ask with respect to TikTok. And we're hoping for some industry-wide solutions. You guys want to add anything?
If we had a functioning United States Congress, they would be passing legislation that would be industry-wide protecting kids. But Congress is not functioning. A bipartisan coalition of AGs are functioning. We are committed to what AG Bonta said, industry-wide relief across the companies he named that protect kids. It will not be an acceptable outcome if we, as I believe we will, prevail and have a meaningful set of remedies imposed on Meta, but TikTok is free to do what we just went into court to stop Meta from doing. Just take that obvious example. So I agree with the premise of your question. This is not only Meta, but it is Meta. We're addressing Meta now. We're committed to addressing this issue across the industry, and maybe someday Congress will be functional enough to pass a federal law to do the same.
Any other questions?
Why Meta first versus TikTok versus Snap versus YouTube? You said, you know, maybe your idea of one concerns, but why Meta?
Yeah, someone's got to be first. You know, we started our investigation back in 2023. I think TikTok not far behind. So honestly, it's random. There's nothing specifically about Meta. You know, there was some important information about Meta that was coming to light. The whistleblowers like Frances Haugen and others testifying in Congress. I'll have to go look back about how we got to this space. But we are, I guess, indifferent to who goes first, who goes last. Ideally, they'd all go at the same time, but that's not possible. In an ideal world, they would all commit to the same reforms and changes to all help kids and keep them safe. But we can't wish that into existence. We got what we got. We have a system where you go to trial against one defendant, and then you go to trial against another defendant, and then you go to trial against another defendant. And Meta's the first defendant we're going to trial against.
Your office isn't able to get some of the changes you might be looking for in this trial. You're not able to get them through the legal system for this trial. Are you going to try to do it through regulation if, say, California social media restrictions bill, AB 1709 passes?
Look, policymakers are seeing the same things we're seeing as attorneys general. And some, not Congress, but some, like the California State Legislature, are acting. I've acted along with them. I've sponsored bills. I've supported bills. Age-appropriate design code, the addictive feeds law, the warning label bill. I've been directly involved in all those. Those are appropriate steps to be taken simultaneously with the steps that we're taking. It's sort of all hands on deck, all tools in the toolbox to address this crisis when it comes to the mental health harms of our kids.
Is there any way to estimate, like, so this is the beginning of the trial, but it's the end of the investigation that goes back 5 years. Is there any way to estimate how many lawyers were involved from the 29 states and what sort of investment the states are making in terms of money and personnel time to make that happen?
I think, yes, it's possible to estimate that. But I do not have that estimation for you. We'd have to dig deeper to find that out. I don't have it at the top of my head. Our team bills hours, monitors the work that we do. We're proud of how hard we work, how smart we work. And I can't speak for the other states, though, so we would have to do an exercise to collect that data for you should that be something that we would want to share and can share.
Yeah, I don't have the data for you either, but I'll say, when you're working on these issues, our teams are all working on many, to your point before, many issues like this, right? And it informs how you then can go about protecting the public safety in your states and what it is that you look for in other cases, or what it looks like when you are the regulator and in the enforcement capacity that we have across all of our states. So these dedicated teams that are here doing this trial and have been working on this investigation, one of many things that are happening through the course of their careers, through the course of our public service, and it all really just helps to build on how we can keep more kids safe and keep our public safe.
And maybe I'll just say this. There's a number that I don't know what it is about, how many lawyers and team members have worked on this case. Whatever that number is, it's worth it, because what we're doing to protect our kids is priceless. You cannot put a dollar figure on it, on keeping them alive, on keeping them healthy, on allowing them to grow into happy, healthy, resilient adults who contribute to our society. It's priceless. Any other questions?
How challenging is it going to be arguing about harms without diving too much into the content question? We saw a little bit of taste of that at the end of the day. The discrepancy between what is a protected in Section 230 versus how do you explain what is a harm?
Yeah, maybe I'll echo back to some of my previous comments and try to put a finer point on them. We don't think that's hard at all. We're able to make our case through a lot of our case is going to be made from the own words of Meta employees, the own studies of Meta itself. We're just going to show you what they said and what they knew and what their studies revealed. And at its core, our case is a deception case, that they knew about the dangers to kids and they lied about it. And so again, we'll use the words of Meta employees as they spoke publicly, spoke outwardly, spoke to Congress and spoke to others, how they were saying something very different from what they were saying internally and what their own studies said. Side by sides, like one of them today that was put up, showing what they said about how often kids are bullied or experience violent content or other type of content when they're online. It was very different from what their own studies showed. So we have more of those to share throughout the course of trial. And I really think that what the defense counsel, they're grasping at straws. I think it's distraction and deflection. They're trying to suggest things that they think are aha moments, and they're just not. Our case is pretty clean. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. They designed and deployed a dangerous product. They knew it was dangerous. They doubled down on it, and they lied to the public. Period, full stop. That's our case. Anything else?
It's mentioned that the industry has a problem in restricting teenagers, typically minor than 15 years old, and they say we share responsibility with the app stores, App Store or Google Play Store. Is there any objective to make them accountable as well?
We're focused on Meta in this case. We're not focused on app stores. So I think that's another distraction, a deflection. It's don't look at us, even though when a kid tells us they're less than 13, we don't even allow them to complete submitting that submission to us. Don't mind the fact that we know that there are young folks on our platform, and we're happy to have them because they're special, because they give us more teen time spent. Go look at the app stores. We're not worried about the app stores. Meta is accountable for Meta. What it knew, what it didn't do, knowing that, and how it lied to the public. So we're focused on Meta, not app stores.
What do you think about the comparisons between big tobacco and settlement in the late 90s with what is happening today?
There are several parallels. First, they're both bipartisan state AG investigations. Second, they both are happening in a context where Congress failed to act. And third, they both involve public health and, in some cases, marketing to kids that hurt kids' health. Think all the efforts around Joe Camel back then that were harming kids' health. Here, we know that kids are being marketed to specially, and it's hurting their health. So there are a number of similarities. There are obviously differences as well, but I do think the way the state AGs as a bipartisan coalition are filling a breach that has been left by Congress to protect our kids is a through line in both cases.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thanks.